far as innovation goes in the defense sector. We're delighted that we have Consul General of India here, and also we have the Joint Secretary from Department of Defense, and we have Ambassador Murphy, we'll have Condi Rice, we have John Chambers, who's the chair of USISPF, and just wanted to say a lot of welcome to a lot of other important dignitaries who have made the effort to come down, so we appreciate that. I just want to say that this is an effort, partnership between Stanford University, Hoover Institute, and then IDEX and DIU. And so there's a lot of efforts being put in by different organizations. I also would like to say thank you to the sponsors who made an effort to make this happen. And these sponsors are basically Boeing, Lockheed, and we have Rhombus, we have General Atomic, and a few other organizations which are supporting us. We have Motwani Jadeja Foundation helping us from that perspective. But once again, we have curated this event for next 2 days, and do engage. The more you get engaged, the more you're going to get out of this event itself. So once again, welcome, and I'd like to ask Consul General Shirker to give his opening remarks. Consul General, thank you.
Mr. John Chambers, Chairman, USISPF, Ambassador David Mulford, Dr. Ajay Kumar, former Defense Secretary of India, Mr. Doug Beck, Director of Defense Innovation Unit, Mr. Amit Satija, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Mr. Mukesh Aghi, CEO, USISPF, US and Indian government officials, researchers, investors, startup leaders, representatives of technology, incubators, accelerators, members of the defense industry, distinguished guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to you all. Namaskar. At the outset, let me congratulate USISPF, Stanford's Gordian Knot Center for National Security Innovation, and Hoover Institution, along with IDEX and DIU, for co-hosting this important third edition of INDUS-X Summit with the theme Harnessing Investment Opportunities to Enhance Cross-Border Defense Innovation Ecosystems. I'm glad that the agenda is well laid out, taking into account the progress of India-US defense relations, the changing global geopolitical and geoeconomic scenario, and diverse stakeholders adding momentum to our ties. Friends, the India-US relationship, which is often termed as the most strategic and consequential partnership of the 21st century, has come a long way since the start of this millennium, from a mere bilateral engagement to a comprehensive global strategic partnership. Beginning with the next steps in strategic partnership launched in 2004, milestones such as 2015 framework for the US-India defense relationship, designation of India as a major defense partner in 2016, India-US 2+2 dialogue launched in 2018, the launch of US-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology, ISET, in January 2023, and the roadmap for US-India Defense Industrial Cooperation in June 23, showcase the wide bipartisan support that our relations enjoy in our both countries. The magnitude and direction of our advancement of our partnership underlines that our ties are much more than transactional. As affirmed by leaders during Prime Minister Modi's first ever state visit to the US in June 2023, our nations are committed to promoting policies and adopting regulations that facilitate greater technology sharing, co-development and co-production opportunities between US and Indian industry, government, and academic institutions. The landmark signing of MOU between General Electric and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited for the manufacture of GE F414 jet engines in India for the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited light combat aircraft indicates that both sides are committed to walk the talk. In this endeavor, I believe Initiatives such as the INDUS-X and Strategic Trade Dialogue play an important role in bringing together diverse stakeholders beyond governments and bureaucracies in creating innovative partnerships. Friends, our defense partnership is multidimensional. Different bilateral military exercises pertaining to tri-forces, Army, Navy, and Air Force have led to close coordination between our defense forces, cross-cutting all domains. I would like to highlight the recent visit of our Defense Minister, Sri Rajnath Singh, to the US and signing of the security of supply arrangement envisaged in the roadmap for the US-India Defense Industrial Cooperation. Our military-to-military ties have also assumed a multilateral dimension with emphasis on free, open, inclusive, and a resilient Indo-Pacific. I think the INDUS-X has made significant progress in its first year, fostering defense innovation and strengthening ties between the US and the Indian defense ecosystem. Various pillars of engagement under INDUS-X framework, such as academic partnerships, education series, industrial partnerships, maritime intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and investor strategy sessions have brought different stakeholders from both sides closer. Finally, I must also say, being the Consul General on the West Coast, I'm glad that Silicon Valley was chosen as a venue for this summit, as this place will lead the most important and futuristic collaboration between our two countries under the ISET framework, especially in the crucial semiconductor and artificial intelligence sectors. I'm glad to share that in the last 30 days, we had the visits of two chief ministers of important Indian states here, and many more states have expressed interest in mounting delegations to take advantage of the opportunities emerging out of recent initiatives between the two countries under the ISET framework. Friends, I wish the INDUS-X summit a great success. I look forward to hearing the discussions during some of the other sessions. Thank you.
And we'd like to welcome Doug Beck, the Director of the Defense Innovation Unit, to make his brief opening remarks. Welcome, Doug.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. On behalf of Secretary Austin, I'm delighted to welcome you to the third INDUS-X Summit. I'd like to express my gratitude to our co-hosts, USISPF, the Hoover Institution, and the Gordian Knot Center for National Security here at Stanford for their exceptional work organizing this event and providing such a conducive environment for us to gather and discuss the vital issues shaping our bilateral partnership. This relationship is absolutely critical to both our nations, as well as to the free and open Indo-Pacific and the free and open international system upon which we both depend. It is also a reflection of the deep integration of our tech sectors, which is something that everyone from Silicon Valley, Bangalore, and our other shared nodes of tech leadership everywhere in between understands and has for a long time, but something that until now we have not done a good enough job of harnessing for our shared strategic objectives. And that's why I am so excited about the incredible progress and momentum that has been built over just the last a little bit more than a year since the first time that we got together at one of these, which was, I think, during about my second month in this role in Washington, as well as the time that we spent in both countries since then. It's also why I'm so excited to extend a warm welcome to our counterparts from the Indian Ministry of Defense, Joint Secretary Satija, Director Vimani, and the entire IDEX team. Their teamwork has been instrumental in the significant strides we've made, and we at DIU could not ask for better partners. I'm looking forward to continuing to accelerate our collaborative efforts and the momentum that they deliver. Further, I'd like to acknowledge and welcome the many distinguished Indian American private sector representatives joining us today. Your participation at the absolute heart of the success of our partnership. We look forward to hearing your valuable insights throughout this summit. My team and I at DIU are proud to be one of the driving forces behind INDUS-X and thrilled to host the summit here in Silicon Valley on this lovely, warm, sunny California morning. And that is because both the U.S. Department of Defense and India's Ministry of Defense recognize the importance of the commercial tech sector to our collective security, and we are committed together to delivering the very best capabilities that our companies have to offer, our warfighters at speed and scale on those problems that we must solve together to meet our shared objectives. We've got a very dynamic agenda planned, featuring insightful panel discussions and presentations from senior leaders, including Deputy Secretary of State Kirk Campbell, former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, General Whiting, the commander of U.S. Space Command, and senior partners from U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, our National Security Council, as well as partners, obviously, from India and our founders and funders who are at the heart of our relationship. Please do be sure and explore the exhibition area and interact with the innovative companies that are showcasing their cutting-edge technologies. I'm confident that you will be as impressed as I am with the entrepreneurial talent and groundbreaking advancements from both countries that are on display. Last, I just want to say as we kick off this third INDUS-X summit, please use this time together to push the bounds of what we can do together. Push yourselves, push one another, and push us in government. Your presence here matters. Please make it count. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you for all you and your team do for this important relationship. Next, we have, we're very fortunate to have Ambassador David Mulford, former U.S. Ambassador to India and a Hoover Distinguished Fellow. Ambassador Mulford.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here for the third meeting of the INDUS-X, hosted this round by the Hoover Institution. I would like to thank our sponsors, including USISPF, for their support and the critically important U.S.-India defense relationship, and for inviting me here to speak this morning. The 21st century has undergone an extraordinary transformation in U.S.-India relations. It hasn't always been this way, especially in defense cooperation. India tested its own nuclear weapon in 1998, which was built entirely by scientists in India. And in response to both India's neighbors, China and Pakistan, developing nuclear power at that stage. India's initiative, of course, violated the Non-Proliferation Treaty of 1968, which India had not signed and did not later sign. However, aside from not signing the Non-Proliferation Treaty, in my view, India acted responsibly, and in hindsight, compared to other nations since then, India has handled its affairs in a responsible and respectful way. It was the Clinton administration that put sanctions on India after it tested its nuclear device in 1998. This is now a lesson in what not to do to a friend. The damage to the relationship at that time was so significant that when I arrived in India in early 2004 as United States Ambassador to India, my number one goal, above all, was to restore the relationship and what I considered, and still do, to be our most important friend in the world going forward. In February of 2005, President George W. Bush and then Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice proposed a remarkable plan to India to work with the nations of the world and the IAEA to bring India into the world's group of nuclear powers. Thus, the U.S.-India Civil Nuclear Agreement, which took 4 years to negotiate, including getting it and including over that time overwhelming bipartisan political support in our Congress, which was required to change the laws concerning this initiative at that time. The Bipartisan Cooperation for India has carried forward through today. This agreement was signed into law by President Bush on October 8, 2008, followed by Secretary Rice and Indian Foreign Minister Pranab Mukherjee signing together the 123 agreement on October 10th, 2008. This act of respect, trust, and friendship has done more to not only restore our strategic relationship, but also, I feel, laid a sound foundation that both India and the U.S. have built on in the years that have followed. Nowhere in the overall relationship is trust more important than in defense and security cooperation. During the period of 2004-2008, when the civil nuclear deal was negotiated, the U.S. and India, for the first time, began cooperation along the lines of defense dialogues, joint military exercises, technology transfers, intelligence sharing, and India procuring defense equipment like the C-130J Super Hercules and the P-81 Maritime Patrol Aircraft. To put this in perspective, before the signing of the new framework for the U.S.-India defense relationship in 2005, defense trade had fallen to less than $100 million. Today, our defense trade is valued at more than $20 billion. I feel that both the U.S. and India must be recognizing how valuable it is going forward that the world's largest and the world's oldest democracies are friends, and that we trust and respect each other in a world of uncertainty, with China, Russia, and Iran holding different values and questionable integrity. This two-day summit at the Hoover Institution will highlight not only where things stand, but also what we look forward to in the future. Here today, we have a remarkable gathering of experts, industry leaders, military officials, policymakers from both the United States and India, representing the dynamic defense ecosystem that is crucial to our partnership. This ecosystem is a testament to the partnership between our two nations, a collaboration built on respect, shared values, mutual trust, and common security interests. It is our great good fortune here at Hoover to have Condoleezza Rice as our director, whose leadership and vision have been instrumental in shaping Hoover's U.S.-India program. Secretary Rice's profound understanding of global affairs and her dedication to fostering stronger ties between our two nations have laid the groundwork for a more strategic and comprehensive partnership. And we welcome here today guests traveling long distance from India to be here with us today. We have military leadership from both countries represented, and I thank you for your service and for your commitment to our peace and prosperity and for our growing friendship. Thank you very much this morning.
Thank you, Ambassador Mulford, and thank you for all you've done through your distinguished career to promote this relationship. We're now honored to have Dr. Ajay Kumar, a former Defense Secretary of India, another great champion of the U.S.-India relationship, and I had the privilege of working with him and seeing him in action. Welcome, Dr. Kumar.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, friends, and colleagues. It's a distinct honor to be here and speaking to you on the occasion of the third INDUS-X summit. I just want to make 3 very small points. And the first point is that INDUS-X, which is part of the defense relationship between India and US, is the most defining relationship between these 2 countries. We have relationship on the trade front, we have relationship on the academic front, we have relationship on the diaspora front, but the relationship which is actually defining our relationships between 2 countries, of which I had the fortune to actually see how greatly it influenced the relationship between our 2 great nations, I think it was the defense relationship. Not only that, it is also defining because the kind of work which INDUS-X is doing in terms of technology cooperation has potential to shape the future of humankind, because both nations share common values of democracy, common values of free and open technology, and common values of welfare of humankind. And therefore, my first point is, I think this is going to be the defining relationship between our 2 nations. Ambassador Mulford spoke about trust, and I think there is nothing more important than trust in this relationship. It's actually surprising when we look back that for the first 50 years, we did not have any defense relationship between our 2 countries. The first ever agreement for defense was signed as late as in 2002, when the General Security of Military Information Agreement was signed. But the trajectory of our relationship thereafter has been that of ascendancy. And various agreements which have continuously projected the growth of trust between our 2 nations have been seen. And again, as Ambassador Mulford said, today our defense relationship between India and US is, we have defense procurements of over $20 billion. And I'm sure the defining visit of Prime Minister Modi in June 2023 has taken this relationship to a totally new level. And that is my third point. The relationship between India and US, if we look at it, after India gained independence, between 47 to the 80s, there was practically no relationship, and we were kind of strangers to each other. From the 80s to the early 2000s, we saw IT outsourcing start between 2 countries. It was a B2B relationship, huge change, and dramatic linkages between industries started to happen. that is where the relationship, for the first time, we started knowing each other better. Between 2000 and 2022 or 2020, we saw the friendship phase where the trust started to develop, the defense relationship started to grow, procurement started to happen, various other agreements started to, information sharing started in a much bigger way. And that is what I would like to call the friendship phase. But it is this new phase of INDUS-X, which actually is about greater exchange in technology and knowledge resources, leveraging the human resources of India, the innovation ecosystem of India, along with a well-developed ecosystem in the US, that for the first time we are seeing a two-way traffic, a mutual exchange. And this is why it is a symbiotic phase of relationship which has potential to work. One has to see INDUS-X along with ISET, which is another overarching framework under which the two countries are working together. I just want to conclude by saying, look at what happened in these different phases. When we had IT outsourcing from US to India, it resulted in India becoming the world's largest IT outsourcing destination. And of course, the both sides benefited. In the 2000-2020 period, in the friendship period, when more and more R&D started coming to India, India became the world's largest global capability center, with most of the US companies actually doing their R&D in the US. This phase of symbiotic relationship has potential to create new technologies in emerging areas, in deep tech areas, in frontier areas, in ways that can help not only our two nations, but actually the overall welfare of the humankind. And it is privileged to be part of such an effort which has ability to shape the future of the world. So I would like to compliment the organizers, the Hoover Institute, my dear friend Joe, Mukesh, and everyone else who are part of it. I think we are part of history in some ways. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to our opening speakers for your remarks. It's a privilege now to welcome Dr. Condoleezza Rice and John Chambers. Neither need much introduction in this crowd for a fireside chat. Dr. Rice is our 66th Secretary of State and Director of the Hoover Institution. John Chambers, Chairman of the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum, our co-host, founder of J2 Ventures, and a great champion of the U.S.-India relationship. We also have Maha Siddiqui, who will be providing some questions as our moderator. But Dr. Rice and John, thank you so much for joining us. Maha, over to you. Don't be too easy on them, all right?
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. We are living in an age of disruption, of uncertainty, where human security is at risk simultaneously from a number of threats. This is a time where we are being threatened by rising authoritarianism, by military aggression, by generative AI, and environmental threats. So how critical in this chaotic world are credible partnerships, progressive leadership, and technology and innovation? To discuss that, I have today the Director of Hoover Institute, Dr. Condoleezza Rice, and USISPF Chairperson, Mr. John Chambers. Dr. Rice, I want to start with you. And we'll start with the concept of partnerships. So a lot of people say that the India-US partnership is a natural partnership between the oldest and the biggest democracies of the world. But many also say that they have only come closer together because of who they stand against. How would you analyze the relationship between India and the US?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, and thanks to everyone for being here. It's a really terrific gathering, and I think it just speaks to the fact that there is so much that we can do together positively that does not just have to do with the challenges of the Indo-Pacific, principally the challenge from China. And I would put it this way. I was secretary when we signed the civil nuclear agreement with India. And the whole purpose of that, which George W. Bush had been determined about from the very first time from when he was elected, was to fully leverage the fact that you had these two democracies, the largest and the oldest, that we had many people who had already been a part of each other's innovation. I tell folks that one reason George W. Bush was so interested in this was he knew what the India diaspora was doing in Austin, Texas, where he was governor. And so, yes, we have a challenge in the Indo-Pacific from China, but that isn't really the most important part of the story. The most important part of the story is leveraging the tremendous possibilities in innovation and technology. Everybody respects the Indian technology and the university system in India. Everybody respects India's engineers. The Silicon Valley benefits so much from the talent that India has brought to our shores. And so I think leveraging that in our own defense, but also to make life better for our people, when you think about the possibilities in energy, in dealing with the problems, the challenge of climate change. And when you think of training the next generation of those who in these democracies will be able to meet the challenges that you spoke about, these transformational technologies like AI and the like. So I'm I think this is an enormously important relationship, perhaps the most important relationship, not just for world security, but for world prosperity.
John Chambers, when did you become a believer in this relationship?
Well, I've been the biggest bull on India, as most of you know in this room, for decades. You could see the opportunity of two countries who think alike in creativity and innovation coming together. And it's like many things in life, destiny is something that gives you opportunities to go after, but if you aren't prepared to go after it, you miss that window for destiny. I think it will not just be the defining relationship for the next century. I think it will be one that determines the pace of innovation for the world, the inclusiveness in that innovation. And we defined from the beginning, not in a defensive term at all, but how our relationship could change the standard of living of every person in India and all 29 states, every person in the US and all 50 states, how it could be done across the board in terms of innovation, solving issues on healthcare, the issues of pandemics, the ability to really think about productivity. And at the heart of innovation is something that has not occurred before. It is technology driven. And that technology allows us to move with speeds we've never seen before, Condi. Yes. And with that, I used to say the internet was 3 times the speed of change beforehand. With AI and the world digitization, it is 5 times that speed. So when you think about the comments that you watched today, I'm going to challenge the group. While the progress in terms of our defense relationship has been dramatic in just 15 months, and something that I didn't think was possible, Candy, going back 3 or 4 years with any country. It's the depth and breadth of our interrelationships. And it's the partnership that we bring, which many people may not be aware of the data here from the US side. But what is the fastest growing IPO market in the world? India. 17% of IPOs, up 5x what it was just 5 years ago. And as Condi mentioned, and Mahaj, you mentioned too, many of the great technology companies, startups, and large companies in the US are led by India diaspora. So our ability to innovate around AI is key, and I'll talk about it later if you give me a shot at it, that the speed of that AI, you can do something in 12 to 18 months that used to take you 5 years for the best startups.
I just want to add that we have a lot to learn from each other, so I'll just tell you a little vignette. So I was in New Delhi in February of 2022, and of course the Indian biometric program is really the envy of the world. And so we were talking about how India had used their biometric ID for the citizens to manage COVID. So if you go and it's not time for your shot, then your biometric ID will tell you that. Well, I held up my tattered little card, my little card that the United States issues, and I said, here's how a really sophisticated country did it. And so we have a lot to learn from each other in terms of technology.
Completely agree.
But we are doing all these learnings amidst a geopolitical situation which has its own stresses on bilateral ties. In India and the US partnership, for instance, I'll cite an example. Prime Minister Modi was here for a state visit last year. He's going to be here later this month for the Quad Summit. But in between this, he's been to Russia, and then he went to Ukraine as well. Amidst this landscape, how is the balancing done?
We in the United States, I think, have to recognize that countries wish to have what I think India calls strategic autonomy. I have no problem with that. I believe that our deep interest, not just our values, which are deep, but our interest, will ultimately lead to stronger partnership between India and the United States. A visit to Russia doesn't really, to my mind, change the fact that I doubt very much that ultimately India will want to be dependent on that Russian junk that they call military equipment that is failing so badly in Ukraine. I also think that Prime Minister Modi probably fully understands that the strategic relationship, the relationship without limits between Xi Jinping and Putin is a challenge to India's interest. And so I don't worry too much about the deepening of India-Russia ties. There's a history there. And this is something that I think we here in the United States can do more about. One of the reasons that India continues to have the defense relationship with Russia that it does is because we've been slow in the United States, in the Pentagon, to fully leverage the opportunity with India because we have a number of constraints still in terms of end user and so forth. And so we have work to do in the United States to make sure that India can fully leverage the defense relationship. But if I look at joint exercises going all the way back to when I was National Security Advisor in the humanitarian response to the tsunami between India, Japan, the United States, and Australia, I think you see the possibilities there. So there's work to do on both sides. But I don't worry too much about the India-Russia relationship. And maybe we here in the United States can get a little bit away from loyalty tests every 5 minutes about who's meeting with whom.
John Chambers, on the same trend of defense, the defense minister, Indian Defense Minister Rajnath Singh was here in America about 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And the two sides signed two important agreements, one of them being SOSA, where there can be on priority exchange of defense equipment. It's non-binding, but is this a way of weaning India away from Russia? And then how do you also see the play of technology? Because there is a lot of talk about interoperability of equipment, of military defense systems, and also technology playing a critical role in defense. Now, it's not an old world where traditional weapons were what was used.
All right, so 4 questions that I saw. In terms of the sequence, I think it's important this audience focus on the 90% issues that are driven in the relationship, which are all positive. We're going to change the world together. We're going to cure cancer together. We're going to be able to usher in an era of prosperity where the standard of living of every person in India increases faster than anywhere else in the world. And the U.S. will benefit that the standard of living of every person in America will increase dramatically faster than it would have if this relationship not taken place. Secondly, this is a time period where you disrupt. And to get sidetracked on disruptions, that will not bring our countries further apart. Prime Minister Modi, as I said, almost after he got elected, will be one of the top leaders in the world. He clearly is that now. And in that role, he has to have relationships with everyone around the world. And will there be bumps? Of course there will. But going back to the bigger issue, we can work together as a speed together if we set aggressive goals. And I want to give you a feeling for speed, and then you know where I'm going to go with this. To the audience today, we aren't moving fast enough. We've made accomplishments. This is our 3rd meeting in 15 months since the Modi state visit. And the progress has been something, Condi, that I didn't think I would see, not just between governments, between startups and VCs. But what is different in the last 15 months? The speed. A startup today to become a unicorn, 2 years to develop your product, a year to get 7 to 10 references, $1 million run rate, 2 years to get to $5 million run rate, you're a unicorn on your way. Today, you develop the product in 1 to 2 months. You get your references the next quarter. You're at $1 million run rate in 2 quarters, and you're at $5 million in 12 to 18 months. Now, that disrupts every large company in the world and every country. The same thing's going to happen on defense, how fast we have to move in cybersecurity, how we're going to use AI for capabilities. So as we think about this, our 2 countries together can move with the speed between the IITs and the great institutions like Stanford and others around the US that spawn this area of startups. And I think it's very appropriate today we're here and where startups really were growing out of Stanford. And Condi, you saw that more than almost anyone else. So my real message here, we got to dream bigger. And while we move faster than anybody thought we could move, you're not going to see anything yet in terms of the opportunity. And if we do it right, the whole world will benefit. Will the US and India benefit more by working much closer together? Yes, we will. But I think we see something that is now deeply intertwined. It's one of the few things Republicans and Democrats agree upon, is the importance of this relationship between our people together.
Continuing with technology, which is a very important binding factor for the US and India, Dr. Rice, if we look at some of your recent interviews and essays, you've spoken about how this is not a Cold War redux. This could be graver because China has leverage on technology, as well as it's well integrated in the global systems, supply chains. In this context, are we looking at a challenge which is much bigger than what it could have otherwise been because of the technology angle added to it?
No, it's fundamentally different, not just because technology has been added, but because in the Cold War, the Soviet Union was a military giant, but it was a technological and economic midget. And it was absolutely not integrated into the international system. Only about 1% of Soviet GDP was ever accounted for in terms of international trade. So it was a self-isolating country, did not want to be a part of the international system, and basically except for oil and gas and for grain, it did not participate in the international system. And so China is very different. At our own behest, we invited China into the international economic order. China then leveraged its position in the international economic order to not only strengthen its economy, but to strengthen its hold on technology. We can sometimes talk about how that happened, some of it through IP theft, some of it through leveraging our openness as universities and the like. And so China is now a real technology challenge. I'm delighted to have another democracy on our side in the technology work ahead of us. Because I will say this, these technologies, whether you're talking about AI or synthetic biology, if you think AI can be a little scary, go talk to the people who do bioengineering and synthetic biology. And so robotics, China being a major player in robotics, China being a major player in battery technology. So across the board, if you think about those technologies, particularly ones that are at the frontier and have a little bit of have a considerable potential downside, I trust democracies with this far more than I do authoritarians. I can guarantee you that in democracies, we will have parliamentary and congressional hearings. We will have investigative reporting. We will have debates about what generative AI will mean, let alone what AGI will mean. In China, you will have none of that. They will do what they did with COVID. They will obfuscate what's going on. They will lie about what's going on. And what we have to be very careful of is that we keep running as fast as we can. Because right now, everybody is talking about the fact that there's certain things you can't do in China, generative AI being one of them, because they can't get the NVIDIA chip. But it won't be long before they figure it out. And so our plan has to be to run as fast as we possibly can. And I think we run faster together, India and the United States, than we run alone. And I would add to that, for instance, the British, who have a huge impact in terms of AI. Europe, not so much. And that's really rather a sad story. Europe has become the regulator, but not the innovator. And that is going to be something of a problem. I would just make one other point. India and the United States, and to a certain extent Great Britain, have something else in common, which is that our university systems, the IITs in India, Oxford in Great Britain, Stanford, MIT, Berkeley, Illinois, et cetera, here, are engines of not just producing talent, which they are, but also producing innovation. And that is something that gives us a leg up as well. So we need to leverage those university relationships as well.
You know, if I may key off of that one, and Connie and I think a lot alike, she's smarter than me, no. But I can usually figure out how to get to the path. If you watch what has occurred, China should have been the largest economy in the world. They have missed the window. That's right. They should have been the country leading innovation, and candidly, 5 years ago, they were. And the US and India and other parts of the world were not keeping up. They stayed with the philosophy of a top-down mentality where innovation doesn't work that way anymore with the 14th five-year plan.
Yes.
And innovation only works when you empower people. And even though in Silicon Valley we have a lot of different personalities, it is that diversification that allows us to move with a speed that is very unique. And that's what's different for the defense industry. If you all think about how you do defense, if you're not tying yourself closely to these startups, and if you're not saying how do we fund those and how do we grow faster, you're not going to get the innovation that allows us to stay on top. And China used to lead in GDP growth. I think the numbers the last 5 years have been like minus, in terms of market movement for their public markets, yes. Negative 3%. India has led for the last 5 years. And so we have a chance using startups of US India together. And it's more than just cooperation. Out of my 20 startups, half of them are led by Indian diaspora. Most of the startups that I know have half their operations in India and half in the US. So this is embedded in the fabric of what allows currency for leaders or for companies to occur. Track record has been amazing, especially the last 5 years. The relationships across the board, and you look around this room in the defense industry as example, have been tremendous at all levels. And there's a trust. You can't move with speed without trust. This is why this is going to be the defining partnership of the world. But we got to not be comfortable with this. We almost blew it. We're now regaining, and now we've got to accelerate and pull away for the benefit of the whole world. How many people think that's a dream we can make happen? How many of you really think we can?
Yeah,
we got to believe it, and we got to dream bigger.
Yeah. If I could just add one other thing, the Chinese have a huge demographic problem, of course, and India is on the right side of the demography. If it can simply train its people and educate its people, India is going to have a tremendous advantage, which we actually in the United States do not have, particularly if we don't get our immigration policies right, which right now we are not in a good place on immigration. The second point that I would make is, John mentioned China's top-down. We have to be very careful in the United States and in India that we don't get more top-down than we need to be. And there I think about the role of regulation from the government. One of the things that we're doing at the Hoover Institution just across the way here is we have something called the Stanford Emerging Technology Review. And that's to demystify some of these frontier technologies like AI and synthetic biology for policymakers so that they are not in a mode of thinking, oh, there's so much danger here. We have to regulate, we have to regulate, we have to regulate, because regulators will regulate even if they don't understand what they're regulating.
Yes.
And so we have to be very careful about what our policies are, what's the proper role of government in unleashing the tremendous innovation that we see both in the United States and India from the bottom up. I call it distributed innovation. The Chinese innovation is very top-down.
Yes, it is.
And they even became fearful of things like online education. China once led the world in online education startups, and they just shut it down because they couldn't control it. And so that's the way authoritarians work. We just have to make sure that we learn the lesson that whenever we've tried to be top-down, we've not done very well. Read solar power. whenever we have allowed innovation to flourish across this entire ecosystem, we've done extremely well.
And also, in fairness, we in the technology industry have to be aware that part of our goal has to be doing what's right for society.
Yes.
If we ignore what is right for society, we will get regulated and we would deserve it.
That's right.
And so we've got to do a little bit better job. And so far on AI, it's been a pretty,
It's been good.
pretty
It's a good
open
story.
approach.
It's a good story.
So how do both of you see the overarching ISET agreement between India and the United States, which is on critical and emerging technologies? Do you think that that could have far-reaching consequences for the partnership, bringing the two countries closer on this critical aspect?
I think it isn't just about our countries, our startups, the VC worlds, the governments working toward a common goal in a fashion that hasn't been done before. It's based upon trust and build those relationships where you can move with the speed of 5 years in one. And we have that in a way that no other country or other relationship in the world exists. So this is where I think we have to dream bigger. And yes, I think we need to move much faster.
And I think we need to move faster. And I think we need to remember that at the center of innovation, there's always people.
Yes.
And you know, you can name the great names of innovators in India. You can name the great names of innovators in the United States. And you know, somebody has an idea, right? And before you know it, it's changed the way that we live and the way that we think. And so that to me means that we need to pay more attention to the human capital and to the potential for interaction between our people. So whether it is more in the way of student exchanges, I've been singing the song here at Stanford. We sent a bunch of kids to China, a huge number of kids to China. We should have been sending many, many more of them to India. And now maybe with the difficulty of being in China, we will see that. And I would love to see Indian undergraduates and Indian graduate students more in our labs and more in our classrooms. We opened up to China in ways that were extraordinary. And it's still the policy that I would have followed. But there was a downside, which was we opened up to a country that did not share our values. We assumed that their values would start to change by interaction with us. That did not happen. This time with India, we don't have to worry about sharing the values. And so let's be as open as possible to every level of human capital. And I think that will serve us well as also in terms of the acceleration.
But Dr. Rice, is this relationship totally bipartisan as far as the US administration is concerned? Or in the next couple of months, should India be ready for tackling any sort of change if possible, if you know, it happens?
I think it's bipartisan. And not only is it bipartisan, I think it has survived several changes of administration. So starting with the Clinton administration that had certain declarations about the importance of the relationship, with pride of place, I think we took it to a different level. And I see David Mulford out there, who was a big part of that. But that was continued by the Obama administration, and then by the Trump administration, and then by the Biden administration. And so I think it's not only bipartisan, it's enduring. And one of the problems in American politics is that every new president comes to power saying, on day one, I will reverse everything that they just did. Well, first of all, they don't, because on day one, you won't. Trust me, it's much harder than that. But you aren't going to hear that about the US-India relationship. You're going to hear from whoever occupies the White House in January that this is one of the most important, if not the most important relationships. And I would just add one other thing. The relationship's also deepening with some of America's strongest partners. So Australia, for instance, Japan, on the other hand. And so that's another piece of what I would call a kind of network of democracies that are taking on, to start where you started, taking on the challenge of China, but also taking on the opportunity of cooperation, particularly in this area of technology.
And does it speak to you the fact, on a lighter note, that this time there's an India influence which is quite visible in the US elections, from Kamala Harris to the spouse of
Yes, well, we
Vance?
do in Vice President Harris have a connection. I might just mention, we had a connection in Nikki Haley as well, which just shows maybe the United States is finally recognizing how important that is.
John Chambers, We are seeing a trajectory which is on an upward swing in the relationship between US and India, but the trajectories also need to be extremely stable for future partnerships. Do you see that stability in the relationship? And if you do see that stability, what is it based on?
I think many people may not have realized how stable the relationship already is, even down to remote parts of this country being very committed to a partnership with India and innovation. And in the defense industry, as an example, part of the stability, I only have 20 small startups in my portfolio, 9 are unicorns, but you have the very top deepfake capability of Pindrop. You have the very top secure communications with what Provoro is doing, where you can take phones now into the individual very secure locations in the world and around the world on it. You have companies like Rubrik that can recover after not just ransomware, but after direct attacks on it in terms of the direction. So you're suddenly seeing startups move in a different way. And it comes all the way into the fabric of a state like West Virginia, where because of these relationships, you suddenly see the state attracting 6 individual major corporate billion-dollar type projects into the state in 2.5 years, where we used to maybe get 1 every 20 years. Speed of innovation. You suddenly see startups spring, and after the Stanford model that we modeled after Stanford and the IITs, in West Virginia University with 65 of them. You see a state move from number 45 to 50 in most all categories to the top 10 in every categories, and we have our delegations going to India in 2 weeks, talking about universities, pharmaceuticals, what we could do closer together. So this brings it home to everyone, and the trust is there with the relationships and the track record.
Yes. We have the last 4 minutes left, so closing comments from both of you. First of all, to you, Dr. Rice, if you could point out, say, two examples or just ideas or thoughts where India and US could build a better partnership and could improve, and one where you see tremendous growth going forward.
Yes. Well, if obviously we're here talking about national security, that's my field, and I just think there's endless possibility in the national security field, in interoperability, in cooperative arrangements between our militaries and training and the like, and I think we just shouldn't lose sight of how important that is. And I mentioned Australia and others. I say to my Indian counterparts sometimes, I know we can be a little bit slow because the Pentagon can be a little bit slow. Sorry about that, a little bit slow. If you want to buy Team Blue from Australia or others, I'm happy with that too. So I think there's a lot of work that we can do on the defense capability side. To John's point, and he made a point about making lives better for our people, I do think that the potential on the side of education, we both have huge populations that have been left out of the technological revolution. There are corners of India and there are corners of the United States where people don't feel that they have real opportunity. And so education is an area that we know these technologies are going to make a big difference, and I would love to see that, and that goes, of course, also with healthcare. So while we're doing the defense work, while we're doing the work on energy and climate change and the like, let's not forget that the real strength of this relationship is going to be in the enduring relationships between our people, and demonstrating that in West Virginia or in Alabama, my home state,
yes.
That this relationship will matter for people who really got left out. I think we could do a lot more there.
John Chambers, an area where you see tremendous growth in the next 10 years, and one area where you think, again, there could be much more that can be done.
Well, I think we've hit on a lot of the positives. I'd like to challenge us. I don't think we realize that while we move faster in both countries than any two democracies in the world, it is so slow compared to how quick AI is going to change our lives. It takes a startup usually 12 years to get enough traction to sell in the Department of Defense, even though everybody's agreeing what they do, and they come close to going bankrupt 2 and 3 and 4 times. So we have to speed up that process and think what we could do if we could do it with the Indian startups, the American startups working together with both defense departments in terms of speed. The second thing is, given our trust on this, I'd like to see us do something radical in this area, and I know there's discussion now about sovereign wealth funds and the ability to really focus from a defense with a sovereign wealth fund, from a new emerging technology with a sovereign wealth fund, and areas such as energy and national security on that. And I'd like to see us move more aggressively. And one less plug from my home state, which I will do shamelessly, they had a sovereign wealth fund for this purpose 5 years ago. So we need to be moving. But I think it's speed of change that we have to do. And it's the people in this room virtually that I think can lead that, especially in the area of defense as a model. Our future depends upon doing that well.
Just on time, many thanks both of you, Dr. Condoleezza Rice and John Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you.
John and Dr. Rice, I just want to thank you for all you've done and continue to do to strengthen this all-important relationship, and thank you for inspiring all of us to think big on what's possible going forward. Dr. Rice, we look forward to our government and senior level discussions tomorrow at the Hoover Institution.
Terrific.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great.
Dr. Rice.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Rice, John Chambers, and Maha. That was a terrific session. We're now going to have a brief video from Deputy Secretary of State Kirk Campbell. Then they'll have about 10 minutes before the next panel starts. So please stay through the video. If you want to grab some coffee and stuff, we have about 15 minutes to the next panel. And let's hear from Deputy Secretary Campbell. Thanks, guys.
I really wish I could be here in person with you, but I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to say a few words about the exciting and really critical partnership between the United States and India, and how important it is that you are all here to contribute to that. I want to thank Stanford University and the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum and the U.S. Department of Defense and the Indian Ministry of Defense for collaborating to make this forum possible. And thanks to all of you for making the time to attend what I hope will be a very productive summit indeed. Expanding our partnership with India is one of the most strategically important efforts we have taken in the Biden-Harris administration. It is perhaps the most important thing we've done. As we said during Prime Minister Modi's official state visit last year, from the stars to the sea, no corner of human enterprise is untouched by the cutting-edge work we are doing together. Successive administrations in Washington and New Delhi have invested time and political capital to bring this partnership to greater and greater heights. But in the last year, I like to say our partnership has reached escape velocity. Today, our two countries are more closely aligned than ever before. In just over a year since we launched INDUS-X, we have pursued an ambitious agenda of summits, joint challenges, and exchanges. I expect these efforts will continue, given the deep bonds that tie our countries together and the strategic challenges we both face. INDUS-X is now and will be a cornerstone of our continuing efforts to advance the U.S.-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology, ICET. Technological leadership is increasingly at the heart of strategic competition. It is the great differentiator in our foreign policy approach. And India is in a very small group of countries with whom we work most intimately on tech. ICET, which places technology at the very heart of the U.S.-India partnership, has greatly accelerated our strategic cooperation. The second ICET meeting between our national security advisors in June showed the immense progress we are making across a range of sectors, including space, semiconductors, advanced telecommunications, artificial intelligence, quantum, biotechnology, and clean energy. Deepening defense innovation cooperation is also a key pillar of ISET. Our work together, driving innovation and developing cutting-edge technologies,
go take your. We are going to get started in 2 minutes. Please welcome our next panel to the stage. Dr. Joe Felter of the Hoover Institution and the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for South and Southeast Asia is moderating, and he'll introduce the panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Vikram. I think we're mic'd up now. All right, we're going to go ahead and start. If you could take your seats if you're going to join us for this panel. We'll give you another 10 seconds. Okay, well, let's kick off our panel on strengthening defense technology partnerships. It's a real privilege to introduce this auspicious panel. Most of them are friends of mine, but well known to all of us here, but I'll give them a quick introduction anyways. I'll begin with Major General Josh Rudd, who's just finishing up his tour as the Chief of Staff of Indo-Pacific Command. And that's, we're trying to put the Indo and the Indo-Pacific Command with events like this, right? But General Rudd is awaiting confirmation. He's been nominated to be the Deputy Commander of the Indo-Pacific Command, which is an extraordinarily important role. And we'll hope that you sail through the Senate and you stay back on the team. Josh, thank you for being here. Real special personal privilege to introduce DASD Lori Abel, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for South and Southeast Asia, which is a great job. I had the privilege of serving that capacity with Lori and the team, and she taught me so much about how everything worked in the Pentagon, and she's a real, true policy professional, and we're just lucky to have her on the team. We have Vivek Law, a CEO of General Atomics Global Corporation. He's been kind of a rock star in recent months. You've seen him with, all the senior leaders to include from the U.S. and India, but his company is doing extraordinary work, and he's a great example of what's possible in the relationship. Let's see, we have Arun Ramachandani, the Executive Vice President of Larsen Toubro, which is an Indian defense company most of you have heard about, and really doing some really interesting work with the United States, especially with repairs on U.S. Navy ships. Then Amit Satyaja, thank you so much for representing the Ministry of Defense here with India, and thank you for all you're doing. We'll try to not ask you to speak for India and take care of all the questions, but thank you for being here and representing the Ministry of Defense. So I thought we might do, this is going to be a little more informal than the previous fireside discussion. We'll give each panelist a chance to make any opening remarks. I've got some questions teed up, but then we'll hopefully have a good substantive discussion as we try to identify those challenges and opportunities for defense technology partnership. But General Rudd, let's go with the flashbang first, and appreciate you being here.
Hey, thanks, Joe, and really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this event. Humbled, honored, as noted, many distinguished and strategic thinkers in this crowd. So, and I must start with a quick apology to my other military colleagues in the crowd. At least two of you, they got the right memo on the uniform, my appearance. I sincerely apologize. This is not a clever attempt to blend in with the crowd at Stanford and Silicon Valley. This is simply an unfortunate side effect of a bag not keeping pace with me on the flight. So, but despite minor challenges like that, we can overcome that. I think what I would just offer by way of introduction from U.S. Indo-PACOM, and on behalf of Admiral Paparo, again, very privileged to be here. The challenges that we face are much greater than being in the wrong uniform or maybe in the wrong attire. As you all well know, challenges that we face militarily and from a strategic and a security perspective far outweigh that. Let's just look at what's going on in the world right now. not only in the Indo-Pacific region, and I'll come back to that obviously as we focus on that day in and day out, but we have a raging war in Europe, as evidenced by Russia's activities in Ukraine, and we have continuing conflict in the Middle East. But as we bring it back a little bit closer to Indo-Pacific home, we have an unparalleled modernization by the PRC in terms of their military capacity, unseen since the likes of World War II. And it's obviously very concerning to us, especially when you couple it with their activity, their continued pressure in and around Taiwan, their activity that challenges the rules-based international order in the South China Sea, that directly impacts a treated ally of ours, the Philippines. I think you can just take instances like that and couple it with DPRK's continued aspirations to develop their missile capability and advance a nuclear program. And you can start to see where this is an incredibly complex, but also incredibly consequential times that we face right now. And so as Indo-Pacific Command looks at it every day, and as we look at this world of complexity, simultaneity, and increasingly challenges, we also see opportunity. And we know that those opportunities will be realized and seized through partnership. It's partnership within the U.S. defense complex. One of the hosts of this, the Defense Innovation Unit, DIU, certainly a critical partner as we look at what are the capabilities that we need to procure and scale and integrate into our joint force, but then the opportunity that comes with partnerships. Partnerships through allies and partners in the region. And as mentioned by many of the opening speakers, this is absolutely a strategic partnership, the partnership with India. And we're privileged to be a part of it. We're excited about the direction that it's going. And we are clear-eyed and we are sober about the complexity, the challenges that we face. But we're absolutely committed at U.S. Indo-PACOM to delivering deterrence, assurance, a trusting relationship with India and those others nations in the region that face the complexity and the threats from those in the region that would seek to upend the rules-based international order. So again, you heard many of the opening speakers talk about shared values and trust, and that's really where our decisive advantage is, and that's where the opportunity lies right here. So Joe, thanks for the opportunity to be here and be a part of this awesome forum.
Thank you, General Rudd. DASD April, it's wonderful to see you.
Thanks very much, Joe. Thanks for having us, and thank you to Stanford and the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum for organizing this summit, which is so important to the overall efforts here, because this is really, we think, in the Defense Department, a transformative moment in the U.S.-India partnership. Under the leadership of President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, we are actively expanding U.S.-India cooperation on vital technologies and strengthening defense industrial cooperation. And these initiatives under INDUS-X epitomize the work and complement other ongoing efforts, including those under the U.S.-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, to build upon this transformative moment in our nation's partnership. Last June, Defense Secretary Austin and Defense Minister Singh launched the roadmap for U.S.-India defense industrial cooperation to support India's military modernization objectives, facilitate technology sharing, and promote supply chain resilience. The roadmap calls on both sides to facilitate dialogues like this summit and to do the hard work of evaluating our respective policies and authorities to support enhanced defense cooperation. While that includes ambitious projects underway to co-produce armored combat vehicles, anti-tank guided munitions, and more, INDUS-X casts a wider net to expand technology collaboration. We seek to streamline processes on both sides to help all companies, including smaller companies and startups. We want to move faster, we must. This is an ideal venue to achieve a better collective understanding of pain points and opportunities in our systems as we continue to work to address them. And today and tomorrow, I look forward to hearing more from all of you on what you'd like the government to be doing here. INDUS-X advances the Secretary's goal and the White House goal of driving closer collaboration between the U.S. and defense ecosystems. From the time DoD and the Indian Ministry of Defense launched INDUS-X last June, we have collaborated to enable more partnerships between US and Indian innovators, investors, and researchers. These partnerships are fundamental to generating critical defense technologies for US and Indian militaries, as General Rudd just discussed, and ultimately maintaining our shared vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific. In just 15 months since the launch, INDUS-X has already made significant strides toward facilitating partnerships and producing new opportunities to accelerate defense technology innovation. The Defense Innovation Unit and India's IDEX have built an incredibly productive partnership. Together, they have launched and completed joint challenges and identified 10 companies with commercial solutions for maritime surveillance and undersea communications. They've also recorded and published multiple sessions of INDUS-X education series that connects companies with expert insights on private capital, export controls, and supply chain security. This February, we saw US and Indian universities and companies also come together to launch the INDUS-Works Testing Consortium. This private sector-led consortium has expanded access to testing facilities for US and Indian defense technology companies. These joint challenges, the education series, and the INDUS-Works Consortium are three very promising efforts under INDUS-X that will continue to expand and evolve. Beyond these projects, we've seen continued progress in other areas, as universities convene for INDUS-X workshops to discuss best practices for technology transfer and transition. And those workshops have scoped opportunities for our top academic institutions like this one to partner to develop technology in emerging domains, such as space. And I would be remiss not to mention the essential role of investors under INDUS-X. Investors convened last November in New Delhi to discuss INDUS-X initiatives and ways to drive more capital toward companies that produce critical defense technologies. So we want to see partnerships like this flourish between investors, not just in India or the United States, but between our countries' investors as well. Concerted investment in dual use and defense technologies will help narrow the valley of death for innovators across US and India. In the next year, INDUS-X will focus on driving more engagement with investors to ensure we're aligning our priorities. We'll redouble our efforts to ensure that this partnership remains in hyperdrive.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Very sweeping and comprehensive. Full disclosure, I did not ask our colleagues from the private sector to come up with detailed prepared remarks, and they don't have the same kind of staffing, but Vivek, I want to give you the chance to provide some opening comments as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Again, thank you, Mukesh and Gaurav from USISPF for hosting us here, and of course the Hoover Institution and here at Stanford. Great to see so many startup companies and folks that are going to be exhibiting today. It's really encouraging, I think, from a corporate standpoint to see the startup community in both nations come together under this platform. INDUS-X provides great impetus. There has been tremendous progress, and as Condi Rice said, you know, the human capital element of this is so critical because without the people involved, we wouldn't have gotten here, and the momentum is very great. I firmly believe there's 6 stakeholder buckets that need to come together for progress in any initiative. And if you leave out a couple, then you will not have an optimum solution in terms of speed, et cetera, which also John Chambers mentioned. And so the first bucket is the political spectrum on both sides, and there is great convergence, bipartisan support on both sides to make this happen. The second bucket would be the bureaucracy and the Ministry of Defense and the Pentagon and everyone coming together to make sure that the structural aspects of this work and give the right impetus for moving forward. The third bucket, I would say, would be academia and think tanks, and that really may not be in the org charts of decision making, but they actually inform where the direction needs to be and so forth, and a very important element. Then the industry captains. Of course, there's a lot of focus on startup communities, but you have large companies and medium, small companies that again, have a critical role in playing. The industry captains have a critical role in playing to encourage the startup communities to come forth. And then, of course, the media and the communications piece to put all this in the right perspective and put it in a perspective of progress and so forth. That's a very important component. And finally, the end user. Of all the work we are doing, if the end user is satisfied with what the progress is being made in some of these initiatives, that's what will be the real litmus test in terms of addressing national security issues.
Thank you, Vivek. Thank you. Arun, over to you.
Yeah, so to bring in the perspective of the Indian private sector industry associated with defense, while we see a strong interconnect at the innovator level, at the academia level, at the startup community level, we do believe that there is scope for a broader private industry partnership between the defense industry in India and the defense industry in the US. The need for driving product realization and procurement processes where US products get co-developed and co-built with Indian companies, and Indian companies find access to the US defense market. I see some challenges here in terms of the regulatory framework and the enabling environment for company-to-company interactions. And like I said, while there's a lot happening at the startup space, Indian startups are opening up companies here in the US. They are able to operate, but Indian private industry does need a better framework for participation in the US defense market and vice versa. I think it's important that there is some link up to the procurement processes in both the countries. In terms of, like you talked about, the valley of death for the startups, we need to narrow that. We need to see that a lot of these innovations go to market, and we need to find mechanisms that will push them into market, make it sustainable, drive growth for these companies so that this becomes a self-sustaining process. I think the policymakers need to look at what can be done here to speed up this process. And overall, of course, like Vivek said, all the elements are in place. The government-to-government alignment is there. The bureaucracy is thinking together. The venture capitalists are looking at companies, startup ecosystem in both the countries. And of course, there is media attention as well. So I think the framework is in place. We need to really see how we can take this into greater commercial success.
Thank you, Arun. Joint Secretary Satija.
Distinguished friends from on the dais, colleagues from government from both the sides, and my friends from the private sector, academia. This is such a heartening thing to note that in the last 15, 16 months, we are having the third meeting here. That itself shows the kind of commitment we all have towards the common goal. That is strengthening two democracies, one the largest and one the oldest. So in terms of all the initiatives which have been taken in the last few months or few years, that those all have started showing results. And what we see is further deepening of ties between both the countries at all the levels. It's not just at the level of top where the governments are in touch or the big companies are in touch, but it's now it's reaching to the ground level in terms of student-to-student contact, in terms of smaller companies, medium and small enterprises contact with the bigger companies in US and in India, vice versa, or in terms of academia getting connected with the private sector on both the sides. So engagements are there. They have become quite strong in the last few months, few years. What we need to work on now is more speed towards in terms of getting the products to the ground, number one. Number two, how to have more and more common challenges and more number of challenges getting launched from both the sides, so that we are pushing the innovators to come up with more and more solutions. So it's like totally the onus is on us. It's not only on the innovators. The more we push, the more output will come up. And once the innovations are coming to the fore, then again the onus is on all of us to make it materialize as fast as possible, so that what my friend informed about the value of death, that that doesn't become a reality for the entrepreneurs. The role of each one of the participants is equally important. I won't say one is more important or another is less important, because funding is required, technology is required, and we must understand there is a technology gap between both the countries. Now that gap has to be bridged by all these initiatives, so that we all progress together. And I would like to highlight the developments or the innovation what is happening, which can be also taken forward in terms of dual use. So the people of both the countries also flourish by all these innovations. So we all have common challenges, as it was highlighted in the previous session by Dr. Rice also. And those challenges, we should not be just thinking from a innovation which is straight-jacketed in a certain sector. How to use those innovations in uplifting the life of people. What I have observed, that the tie-up at the top level is quite strong, and it's much more faster compared to the ground level. So that we all need to work upon, so that the technology which is getting developed sees the light of the day at a very fast pace. Thank you.
Thank you, Joint Secretary. Okay, we'll kick off with some questions, and again, this can be informal, so please jump in where you see an opportunity. So I had the privilege of being in the Defense Department with Des Diego back in 2018 when we had the first ever 2+2 between the U.S. and India. It was certainly the first of its kind for India, full stop, and the first time the U.S. had ever had this 2+2. And I went over there with then Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis and Mike Pompeo and their counterparts, Minister Sitaraman and the Secretary Pompeo's counterpart. I remember one of the deliverables we were able to get to at that meeting was this memorandum of intent between Defense Innovation Unit and INDUS-X. And I remember Minister Sitaraman waving it over her head when she announced it. It was just a great moment. And I think there's a lot of opportunities to work with DIU and INDUS-X from the military perspective. I thought I'd ask General Rudd to maybe describe how, admit I think Indo-PACOM's kind of out front with its collaboration with the technology sector. And one area in particular they've established, which I think is unique to COCOMs right now, is this close relationship and partnership with the Defense Innovation Unit. I know we've got, who are DIU people in the audience here? Brian, you know what I'm talking about, and how it's great, and it's something I hope our other COCOM commanders, I know we have General Whiting here pretty soon, but maybe other COCOMs can benefit with it. But General Rudd, talk to us about your collaboration with DIU and where you see that going. What are the opportunities you still want to leverage with the Defense Innovation Unit, and what can we learn from that experience?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. It really, I think the connectivity and the relationships with DIU and the COCOMs have been there, but it's really in the last couple of years that I've seen, at least from where I sit in my experience at Indo-PACOM, under Doug's leadership and how he really drove to transform DIU and focus it towards the pacing challenge, that of the PRC, in accordance with the prioritization of the national security strategy and national defense strategy, really tried to make sure that everything that DIU is doing was indexed against what we would call the hardest problem. And not that the other problems, and again, the challenges that I described that are ongoing, simultaneous, global, not that they don't matter, but really the theory is that if you solve the hardest problems, they benefit all. And part of the way that we've been able to really advance, and I like to use the term accelerate, and I don't think we are going fast enough, but I think we're going faster than we have in recent years. One of the ways we've done that is through the partnership with DIU, and in particular, we had 4 distinct efforts within technology that were designed and oriented towards delivering joint warfighting capability that would then be applicable to our allies and partners. And we needed to see those efforts go faster, and we needed to see them gain efficiency and linkages because they're all somewhat connected. But our approach at INDOPACOM was somewhat siloed. And then through partnership with Doug and DIU and other elements of DoD and industry, but really it's the fact that Doug put his people embedded within our organization, specifically designed to close the gap between government and industry and look for those opportunities to accelerate these initiatives is just a prime example. And I call it the power of co-location, and the fact that he was willing to give, again, the human capital piece of this equation that's so important to it, that drives the innovation, but really drives the speed, is one way that we're partnering with DIU. And again, it's been critical. And even as Doug was walking out today, we're discussing a meeting that he was in this morning and how we're constantly collaborating and communicating. But I think one of the key ways to do that is you put people together, embedded with each other's teams, and you close a gap, allow the connectivity to really thicken up. You gain a deeper understanding of what needs to be done, and then you can enhance and enable. And then ultimately, that's, I think, where we accelerate.
Thanks, General Red. And we'll get to hear from Doug Beck and Joint Secretary Satija at our last fireside chat today. We can probably get more on that. Over to you, DAS-DA. Well, I got to call her Lori. We've known each other a long time. INDUS-X, a lot of the heavy lifting and hard work has come out of your office, which is policy, Office of Secretary of Defense for Policy. And some might argue, given that the content and the activities of INDUS-X, it may be better situated under our acquisition and sustainment or research and engineering. Lori, why is INDUS-X coming out of policy? Is this a policy initiative, or did it get mislocated, or why is it in policy?
It's a great question. And no, my team here who works hard on it every day does not think it's misplaced and they are not assigned to the wrong office. I think that sorry, it's a little hard for me to see you all. I think there are a couple of important things about situating this initiative in policy and in the high levels of the Secretary and the Minister's offices. And that first one is just the leadership, the guidance from the top that drives our systems to prioritize, to focus on the analysis of the problem, the strategic alignment we have, and from those things and the continued high-level touch points to resolve differences really creates, I think, a pretty virtuous cycle of engagement with technology, with innovators. So the thing we're looking for is both to send a demand signal. Partially we get that from INDOPACOM. What is the operational demand? What's the problem we're trying to solve? We lift that up in our systems. We create networks both up and down and across the organizations and across our governments. And that's really work for policy offices. I think there's a lot of work that our acquisition and sustainment colleagues, a lot of parts of the department are involved in it. But I think the key to success for INDUS-X, or what I hope you will think is success so far, is really making things happen at speed. And a lot of that, I think, involves constant high-level attention from our governments.
Thank you, Lori. Vivek, first of all, congratulations on all the amazing work your company's done to date. You're on the cusp of this major sale to India, the MQ-9, which is it's just a really extraordinary event. You've worked with Indian startups and you've seen the challenges and opportunities. Can you give me advice on how to work better with startups from India and more effectively? We've got some Indian startups here today with us, so maybe they could benefit from your success, if you will.
Yeah, no, thank you. Our experience with Startup India and the companies we've been working with has been absolutely phenomenal. The performance and the products that they bring to bear are truly world-class. So we're partnered with 114 AI, which is an artificial intelligence company, as well as Third Eye Tech, which is a semiconductor company focused on optical sensors. And in both cases, we see great young talent that has in a short amount of time, as John was explaining, where the timelines have really shrunk in this world, have created products that we're actually creating joint products with them for the global marketplace. I think what is key, and in most corporate boardrooms, are three things: predictability, accountability, and transparency. And that's very important for not just a startup, but the companies that are partnering with them. And so to be able to draw up a timeline and a business plan of how one will work together and hit those targets and make sure that we are on a path that actually solves a national security problem or issue is very critical. And I look forward to engaging with more startups and growing that ecosystem, because we have seen the nimbleness of the startup to actually tap into a global talent pool, speaking of human capital, and advisors from around the world to make their product or service really world-class, really helps in the partnership.
Thanks. Thank you, Vivek. For you Indian startups out there, predictability, accountability, and transparency. Take notes, okay, from someone who's succeeded. Arun, I'm going to look to you to describe maybe on a little higher, maybe at the start, but maybe the more established defense company level. I know back, DTTI, the Defense Technology Trade Initiative, had lofty goals, but arguably has not realized some of its full potential. What are your thoughts on the more defense-to-defense cooperation at the more established defense company level? You've succeeded in your company, work with the United States. What can we learn from your experience, and how do you recommend we improve our cooperation at the larger defense company level?
So I think the opportunities are there, the environment is right. What we saw very recently for our company was something arising out of the Master Ship Repair Agreement, where the Pacific Fleet could actually use our shipyards to overhaul and to repair their ships, which are in that part of the region. So that's just an opportunity that was waiting to happen. It just didn't happen all these years, but it's such an obvious thing to do that, you have your command out there in the Indo-Pacific, and they don't have to travel to any other place to get their ships fixed. What we are seeing is that there is far more that can be done. For example, from ship repair, you can move to shipbuilding. You can move to the higher end of technology in underwater technology. There's already a program going on underwater communication, which is part of the challenge. So how to put all of this together into a framework that can result in businesses for the companies, for company-to-company interaction, for us to become integrated into the supply chain, the reverse purchasing agreements that could probably be put in place that could make our, the US markets more accessible to the Indian companies, the joint development work which is being done for a global market. So there's all of these things which can be put in place, and I think the opportunities exist, the mindsets exist. Of course, defense is a complex thing. It's highly regulated. There are all these security issues, etc. But I think with the opening up of ties, we really need to see how we can under-regulate and overperform and overspeed. So I think the opportunity bag is there.
Fantastic. Joint Secretary Satija, as a Joint Secretary for Defense Industrial Promotions, it's a key position for all of us here in the INDUS-X. While you're in this role, what are your priorities? You only have a fleeting amount of time in the position. What are your priorities in your current role as Joint Secretary for Defense Industrial Promotion?
See, in terms of, if I just talk about in the context of INDUS-X or IDEX. So initial few years were to develop the kind of ecosystem we have in which everyone feels confident about approaching us, number one, and we have the necessary wherewithals, necessary connections at all the places, so that it becomes a one-stop solutions for the startups, one-stop solutions for the academia, one-stop solutions for the technology partners, one-stop solutions for the venture capitalists. So we are at the center connecting all the various spokes. So that was the goal with which it was started, and I can fairly compliment and congratulate the entire IDEX team that they have been quite successful in this. And the number of challenges has gone beyond 450, and the number of companies which have benefited from it, the number of partners, incubator partners which have benefited from it is tremendous. So much so that even we are getting inquiries from different other sectors to help them replicating our model or to handhold them in working towards the common goal of this thing. Having said that, I would like to just urge everyone here, especially in US, that you have to move from thinking of transactional relationship to partnership relationship. The moment you use the word partner, so you have to move beyond the transaction. You have to take your partner along. So whatever hurdles the partner is facing, that you have to remove those hurdles, or at least try to reduce those hurdles to a certain extent, so that it becomes much more easier for all the innovators to come and do business here, or come and develop certain kind of new technologies here. Regulatory framework is one of the issues which has been highlighted by my counterpart. In addition to regulatory framework, we have already made some progress in terms of SOSA. Then we have various other things in the pipeline which we'll definitely try to resolve as early as possible. So as a Joint Secretary in Ministry of Defense, our priority is to enable and develop all those systems which enables a faster technological growth and faster development of products and technologies in the country.
Thanks. So those of us, as an aside, those of us who have been to Delhi wearing a suit and tie, we know that it gets pretty hot and uncomfortable in Delhi. Well, we usually brag about our weather here in California, but maybe this is a little bit of a Delhi experience for those of us in ties. So I'm going to call an audible
that's why they're not even phased.
As the chair, and if it's not too informal, why don't we just bump our chairs forward about a foot and get you a little bit out of the sun?
Makes sense.
All right. Okay. So another question.
No benefit.
Brilliant.
Why not? Because I can. Laura, you talk about the importance of speed, which coming from our Department of Defense, it's an interesting person to be talking about speed here, which is great. Speed is important. And I wonder, maybe we could ask collectively the panel how we can speed things up, both from a COCOM perspective, DoD, industry, maybe one or both of you can speak to that, and certainly our colleague from the MOD. How do we get faster, quicker, more agile in our respective organizations? And maybe I'll kick off with you, Laura, and then we can go to the COCOMs, because since you emphasize it
we
first.
take our guidance from OSD.
Thank you. I think it's obvious in India are incredibly large bureaucracies. Large bureaucracies are not innately fast or smooth or easy to engage with. And so I think transparency is an important one. I think having the sense of, as we have gone around, we've asked companies, investors, what's preventing this type of cooperation? And what we hear increasingly is we don't know where to start, we don't know who to call, we don't understand the regulations, and those are very fair points. So I think you made the comment about my staffing. Not every company is the same size and has as much staff dedicated to understanding the ins and outs of Washington or regulations. And so I think the first thing is transparency and providing that in education formats and information sharing, making more of it available to all the people involved in this Defense Innovation Bridge is the first step. And the second, I think, is that we continue to leverage commercially available options, commercially available solutions to the most challenging problems. We continue to look to the warfighter to say, what are those most pressing problems? But the more we can lift up those two, I think, and then basically try to bridge them, try to smush the time and space between them. And then continuing to ask ourselves, is this it? Are we doing it right? What's next? What more is needed? Is an important element so that we as your governments can try to innovate as well and can try to move at a speed that's relevant.
Thank you. I'm going to brag about my friend, General Rudd, just a little bit to tee him up for this. But He's not wearing his uniform. If he was, there may be some indicators that he has served in our most elite special operations units that are just famous for something that General McChrystal created back when he was our commanding of our special operations units in Iraq and Afghanistan. Just speed it was all about speed. So now you're in a big COCOM. Hopefully going to stay in this COCOM, pending confirmation as the deputy. How do you get that same speed you experienced as a special operator now that you're commanding or helping command an enormous organization like INDOPACOM?
That's a great question. I think, aside from background and what may be a hallmark of special operations, which again, certainly it's speed, I think writ large, you got to ask yourselves, what are those things that slow us down? Lori's alluded to some of that. Some of it's organizational, some of it's bureaucracy. But I think a lot of it is not malicious. I think a lot of it is centered around risk. I mean, a lot of the reasons and the mechanisms that are in place to force a deliberate process and approach is all tied to risk. So I think first, one, we've got to understand what is the risk and what are those key pieces that we're trying to mitigate, manage, and understand. And then two, how do we accept them? How do we buy it down, accept it, that then allows the innovative, fast approach to take hold and actually deliver. So I'd say that's the first piece. From an organizational standpoint, leadership, attention, focus, you mentioned those. The discipline as a nation and as partners in this case that rally around the common challenge. And so, for us at Indo-Pacific Command, we have many. I mean, we have 4 of the big 5 within our national defense strategy, but there's one that outweighs all of them and has the majority of our attention. And again, if we get it right against China, then the collective, it can apply broadly. So the discipline, and in this sense, the strategic discipline to stay focused on the most important challenge. Again, not that we can ignore the others, and that's the reality of the complexity of the world in which we live in, but an element of strategic discipline that keeps us focused and anchored on that hardest problem, coupled with risk understanding and acceptance. Again, not aversion and not irresponsibleness. I think those are 2 ways that can allow us to drive better and go faster. But again, I think the partnership piece to this is certainly a force multiplier and an accelerator. The fact that we will collaborate, and we do collaborate, again, Dr. Rice mentioned on the military side, the joint interoperability, the exercises that we execute, and that extends. It extends throughout our defense departments, throughout our industrial base. It's really a whole of society approach and understanding and focus. So part of this, to answer the question, Joe, is a lot of this is about how we communicate and focus our nations and frankly the world around this common problem, these challenges of which we have to get right. And we have the opportunity because again, we have the talent, we have the technology, we just have to bring it together in all the right places and at the scale to enable those effects.
Thank you, General Rudd. Maybe putting a slightly finer point to it from industry. Let's talk about speed in the context of the partnership, of collaboration, and how we dial that up from your perspective in the private sector, Vivek and Arun, whoever may want to speak to it.
No, that's a great question, Joe. I think speed obviously can be increased if you have more partnerships and collaboration and you are doing it in a methodical way. For example, in R&D, every company is spending R&D efforts in whatever field they are. However, if you synergize R&D efforts and bringing a product to market quicker by doing so, working either bilaterally or in a quad framework or in another context, the AUKUS framework, how are you bringing all the elements together in partnership and doing it in a way so you can achieve the end goal is one aspect on speed. The other aspect on speed, of course, is funding, and I know there's several folks here from the VC community and others. It is very important to know when to fund and how much to fund to get to certain results, because I've seen often that you start with some amount of funding and you think it's going to carry the day, but the startups start drying up, and so they slow down, and that's one of the reasons why you don't meet the schedules. And so that's the other important aspect here.
Thanks, Frank. Arun, anything to add to that?
I think there is certainly need to speed up things, and what I see as a positive is the innovation framework is moving fast. You have these competitions, you have the challenges, you have people responding to it, and if we can take them to fruition quickly, support it, and see if some of the innovative work is inducted in service, probably that would be a big enabler, and it would get the flywheel spinning. If I would be a bit provocative, I would say that on a commercial scale, there is really need to speed up things, and most of the procurement which is happening today is, India procures from the US on mostly FMS kind of arrangements, and I would say that we need to move the government into the back room and bring industry into the front room, and do away with the FMS and stuff like that. Let there be industry to industry interactions. Let's co-develop and bring in products. Lindsay spoke about the land systems, getting in some of the products into India, but the Indian landscape is so different, the requirements are different, that if our companies work together and develop products for the Indian needs together, probably it would be better than trying to adapt the product from here into the Indian ecosystem. So I think if we think differently, if we cut down on regulations, we might end up doing things a lot faster.
Thank you. So I love this quote. I'm going to read it back for everyone. Get government to the back room and industry to the front room. So maybe that's something we can all try to do. But the truth is we can't get government out of the room for when you're dealing with defense. So it's how to work with the systems we have and increase that speed. Maybe both come to the front room, if I could say that. But very well put. Joint Secretary, I know this is like Daz Diable, working in a large organization. I spent time at South Block and noticed the similarities. And people want to be fast, but it's just hard in an organization like yours. But what are your thoughts on speed and within the MOD?
I'll speak from 2-3 perspectives in this. One is starting from the startups. The kind of problem statements they receive from the forces or from the government or from the big companies, that needs to be much more specific, and that needs to be very, very clearly defined. If that is not very, very clearly defined, that will lead to definitely delays in the development. So that's starting from the product development side, the speed how we can increase the speed. Clear problem statement, which doesn't get changed over a period of time with the changing scenario. Like for example, tomorrow yesterday you had a Ukraine war, and then you suddenly thought, no, what I'm developing is not correct. So suddenly you change the yardsticks and the parameters. So the person who is developing, he cannot survive for that. Number one. Number two, coming from the, again thinking from the startup's point of view, there's a great amount of information in dissymmetry, or asymmetry, I'll say. So starting from the level of how to move about, how to navigate the various procedures, and how to convert the product development into a commercially successful product and move to the kind of procurement business which you get from the companies or from the government. So that information asymmetry can be helped or can be fastened through common facility centers. IDEX, what we do is a kind of common facility center where we are facilitating all these transactions. Similarly, we can have common facility center in terms of tests. We can have common facility centers in terms of R&D. So that will also increase the speed and reduce the cost. Third, coming to the procurement cycle, that is quite longish what you were saying, and I think in both the countries or different countries, because of the kind of complexities which the entire defense procurement involves, that every government is quite well aware of, and it is trying to reduce the process and fasten it as much as possible. So we all are working towards it, and the only thing is, if the intent is clear, I think we'll definitely move forward in this.
Thank you, Joint Secretary. So, question, what do you call a failed startup founder in Silicon Valley? Experienced, okay? There's a saying, fail fast. We like to call it learn fast, but there's a culture among startups that's you iterate, you learn, you fail, you iterate, you get better. But in the government, in the Defense Department, failing, the stakes are pretty high if you fail in some respects. I mean, literally you can't fail. So General Rudd, you talked about your understanding of risk in your comments. Let me throw this at you. Why don't you and Vivek switch places and talk about how you should look at risk within your organizations? Vivek, representing a lean, agile, nimble company that's iterating, moving fast. You having the responsibility, given how high the stakes are, that you've got to really mitigate that risk, but you still want to capture the benefits of a more agile organization. So maybe your thoughts on how you can address risk differently in your organizations. I say switch places because it might be fun, but you can...
you want us like physically?
Sure. Vivek, General Vivek Law. You've got an immense responsibility. It's more than to your stockholders and your bottom line. It's life and death. The stakes are really high as a combatant commander or a deputy combatant commander. What, from your experience as a very successful industry person, startup person, do you think a COCOM like General Rudd could learn from? Any advice from your experience in a very fast-moving, agile organization you think could translate to a large, more cumbersome organization?
Right. Wow. Okay.
Easy question, I know,
easy
right?
question.
So, I've known Vivek for a while, so I can do this.
I think fundamentally, again, regardless of which organization, government or private, it comes down to some basic tenets, I think, of how do you categorize risk, whether it's operational risk, whether it is contractual risk, whether it is the risk in partnering abroad, maintaining your supply chain resilience by partnering with the right folks and so forth. So there are many categories of risk, but however, the one common theme I would say in terms of managing risk is if you're not running fast enough, you are actually standing still in this environment. And so because the global community is moving so fast in some of these technology areas that we're talking about, you really have to be at your top speed just to even maintain where you are. And that culture and mindset has to percolate at all levels, but certainly as we saw in INDUS-X, as well as I said, the reason they're so successful is because there's always the top level visibility and push to make sure that there are milestones and review processes in place. And I think that exists for any organization, so that'd be my
Thank you, Vivek.
2 cents.
For those of you on the social media side, another quotable quote from Vivek, if you're not running fast enough, you're standing still. Classic. So General Rudd, just one day you show up to your office with a hoodie on, some tennis shoes, you're like, hey, we're going to revisit how we look at risk based on my experience as a startup founder. What might you do to revisit how you look at risk in your large organization, given the stakes, but given the need to move at speed?
Yeah, again, I think first and foremost, there's got to be a common objective. There's got to be clarity on the challenge and what we're trying to collectively do. And so, to go back to the reference to General McChrystal and special operations in that community, one of the things that he insisted on and really mastered was that information dominance and information sharing. And again, this ties right into these aspects that we've highlighted and many others, the trust factor. So if you trust that you're all oriented on the common goal, granted, you'll have different ways that you think we should get there, and you're anchored on that, you're transparent and moving information as fast and as flat, and then people are empowered. I think part of what can be gleaned from both industry, small startups, fast, lean, and then in the military side of the house, on the special ops side, since you opened that can up, Joe, empowered individuals who are given just general left and right guidance and say, solve this problem and do it fast, and it's okay. And you can put the guardrails in, back to the risk factor, because that was part of your question is, how do you mitigate that risk? And of course, risk to force, risk to mission, risk to strategy or escalation. Sometimes we obviously, in the military, fundamentally come back to the individuals that you're putting into harm's way. And that's probably a nice little, as a side note, segue into the whole aspect of leveraging machines, leveraging technology for warfighting applications. I think some principles apply to this. Number one, there's no reason we should put a human in harm's way if a machine can do it faster and do it cheaper. That's number one. Number two, there's certainly, and this crowd knows it far better than I do, opportunities to exploit what machines can do faster, quicker, and better, but with human oversight. So there's got to be that integration and interaction. But then ultimately, this is the ultimate risk factor, is when you're making decisions about human lives and the application of lethal effects, there's absolutely got to be human oversight to that. I mean, that's a moral imperative. So I think, again, once we get to that point where we have empowered and entrusted each other, oriented around the common problem and objective, we can go fast.
Thanks. So we're going to have time for one quick response to one question. This is one I coordinated with General Rudd, but I think would love to hear everyone's perspective. In this case, General Rudd, where does Indo-PACOM see opportunity for the greatest gain in the Defense Innovation Partnership? And then I'd like a DoD, industry, and MOD perspective, and then we'll wrap it up. But over to you, General Rudd.
Yeah, I'll build out a little bit what I just touched on, but with a little more specificity. We are relentlessly pursuing decision superiority at the operational level, and that extends into the tactical level. So if we can, and we crudely simplify it sometimes, we say we need to be able to blind, see, and kill the enemy in terms of joint and combined warfighting. Blind, can we deliver capabilities and effects that disable the adversary's ability to see, sense, and understand what we're doing, and therefore preserve our force, deliver the ability to outmaneuver it in contested spaces? Can we see collectively at speed, at scale, and in all domains? And I know we've got General Whiting coming in. Increasingly, the space domain is absolutely critical to this, and that's why we're really excited about the initiatives that relate to space and space awareness together, very critical. And then ultimately, based on being able to see and sense from the seabed to the stars in all domains where the threats are and where we gain decision-making superiority to move fast, to deliver effects or not, that's the ultimate, that's the kill piece. And that doesn't necessarily always mean lethal. It just means delivering an effect or a maneuver or making a decision that preserves your force.
Thanks. Lori, opportunities are the greatest gain in the Defense Innovation Partnership.
I think we have to look for something that's enduring. I think we have to build on people-to-people ties. And so, in fact, my idea was also to have government a little less in the front, but to look for what companies, what investors, what the researchers actually think is new and next, so that we are moving at that speed and the government is not setting the tone and the limits of what's possible and what can be fast. And I think that transparency, trust, and all the themes that we've talked about are the important ways to make INDUS-X the type of bridge that endures, and that we can continue asking ourselves the question of, is this it? How do we keep improving together?
Thank you. In fact, we've picked on you a lot. I might just jump to Arun for the industry perspective. Arun, over to you on those big opportunities to improve on defense innovation partnership.
So I think just easing of regulations would help, and pushing this innovation connect at a faster pace. I think these are the things that are critical for taking this forward.
Joint Secretary Satija, final words from MOD perspective.
See, listening to the stakeholders and then acting towards it. Just listening will not work. So we have to listen to all the stakeholders and then act toward facilitating what all is the requirements, starting from the entrepreneurs, then the governments. Like we both need to understand the kind of, the previous topic was risk you were talking about. The government is the biggest risk taker. It's like, for you or for a company, it's like financial loss. For us, is the matter of national security and the people's life is in the question. So we have to balance both. So by listening to each other, then we can mitigate those risks by more information, and we can understand each other's perspective more. So I'll urge for more communication and more easing out of the environment in which everyone is operating.
Thank you. You have a saying that one team, one fight, and this is we have to be a team here. And thank you all for all you've done to help build this important partnership. And thank you for joining us on our panel. And we can take a break now, some coffee. Let's give our panelists a hand. And we'll have General Whiting up at the top of the hour. So let's take a 10-minute coffee and a facilities break, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. Thank you all.
pleasure to introduce General Stephen Whiting, Commander of U.S. Space Command, the 11th Unified Combatant Command. General Whiting is responsible for defending U.S. and allied interests in the space domain, providing space effects to joint warfighters around the world, and protecting the joint force from space-enabled attacks. Within that responsibility, he leads over 18,000 soldiers, Marines, sailors, Coast Guardsmen, airmen, and space guardians operating around the world and runs space-based systems around the globe for the United States of America. And as you all know, international cooperation in this domain is taking on a new level of importance. We are really honored to have General Whiting here. Thank you, sir, for joining us. The floor is yours. He's going to speak for about 15 minutes, and we will have time for Q&A at the end. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Vikram. It's such a pleasure to be here, and good morning. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank Defense Secretary Girdhir Armani and Indian Ambassador to the U.S., Vinay Quatra, as well as the Honorable Condoleezza Rice and Chairman John Chambers of the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum for inviting me to speak here today at this third INDUS-X summit. When Assistant Secretary of Defense Eli Ratner extended the opportunity to address you today, I eagerly accepted his invitation. It was an easy decision given the growing importance of the U.S.-India relationship in general, and specifically as it relates to technical innovation and the space domain. As the U.S. combatant commander responsible for the defense of American and allied interests in space, I'm happy to know we have initiatives like INDUS-X, which tie together the world's oldest constitutional democracy with the world's biggest democracy. And I hope we use this forum to set the course for the future of our burgeoning partnership in space. So you may be asking why the commander of U.S. Space Command is joining the conversation of bilateral government officials, researchers, investors, technology accelerators, startup leaders, and defense executives. The truth is that the domain our command is charged with defending is incredibly complex, and it is growing increasingly congested and contested by the day. While defending the domain requires dedicated and smart space professionals, like the 18,000 joint military and civilian personnel who work under the oversight of U.S. Space Command, it also requires the type of innovative technological solutions that this collective group can offer if we continue to work in unison toward a shared vision. Simply put, I am here today because we are going to need your help to confront the challenges we face collectively in space. So, how do we get to this point in history in which cooperation between like-minded nations in space has become so important, as Vikram just mentioned? To answer this question, let's look back almost 70 years. The space age began with the launch of the first man-made satellite, Sputnik 1, on October 4th, 1957, by the Soviet Union. Throughout the Cold War, there were only a handful of spacefaring nations, and activity was dominated by nation-states, especially in the civil and national security space arenas. The threat of war in space with the Soviet Union was a real possibility. When the Cold War ended in 1991, that threat dissipated, but the use of space for national security purposes continued to grow as the world witnessed firsthand during Operation Desert Storm, when space was used to enable tactical forces across the featureless battlefield of the Arabian Peninsula. We've also seen, particularly in the last decade, the rapid growth of the commercial space sector. And as our modern way of life and our methods for defending our nations become more reliant on space, our space systems became larger, more complex and expensive, and yes, more vulnerable to attack. I know it's evident to this audience, but today space capabilities have become integral to everyday life for people around the globe. And they also underpin the global economy and global security. Sectors like farming, banking, cellular communications, weather forecasting, and essential services are increasingly reliant upon space-based capabilities. Remote sensing capabilities support agriculture, forestry, fishing, and irrigation management, and help to stabilize food security. Space technologies connect remote communities to services, education, and work opportunities. And we haven't even mentioned navigation from GPS, a capability that enables global trade and conveniences that most people around the world rely on every day. A blow to any of these sectors could have implications on both our nation's way of life. Today, we are far from unique in recognizing the advantages gained from access to space. 11 nations have the ability to launch objects into Earth orbit. 7 nations possess cislunar capability. 5 have landed on the moon, and 7 nations have sent probes to Mars. And in an unwelcome similarity to the Cold War, aggressive competitor actions in space now hold at risk the space capabilities of free nations. The People's Republic of China is our pacing competitor, and they are advancing their space and counterspace capabilities with breathtaking speed. Since 2018, they have more than doubled their launch attempts per year and have tripled their number of intelligence satellites. The PRC is fusing its growing military power with its economic, technological, and diplomatic influence to strengthen Chinese Communist Party rule, secure what it views as sovereign territory, and pursue global influence and regional preeminence. In pursuit of building a world-class military and becoming a space leader, the PRC is accelerating the development of key capabilities it believes its military needs to challenge the U.S. in a large-scale sustained conflict. They know we rely on space to project and employ military power, and they are committed to having the ability to deny us access to space to negate the advantages our joint force gains from our space-based capabilities. Additionally, Russia remains a near-peer challenge to the U.S. Despite setbacks in Ukraine and the crippling effect of international sanctions, Russia continues to invest heavily in systems they believe will provide them an asymmetric advantage, namely space, cyber, and nuclear. Moscow believes that developing and fielding advanced counterspace weapons will deter aggression from adversaries reliant on space. If deterrence fails, Russia believes its counterspace forces will offer its military leaders the ability to control escalation through a selective targeting of adversary space systems. Another challenge is that space is becoming increasingly congested. In fact, when U.S. Space Command was reestablished just 5 years ago, we tracked around 25,000 objects per day on orbit. Today, we are tracking over 45,000 objects on orbit, representing an 80% increase since 2019. To understand why that is concerning, imagine something the size of a soccer ball or a football hitting a critical satellite at over 28,000 kilometers per hour, the speed it takes to stay in low Earth orbit. A single collision can have catastrophic and cascading effects, with impacts potentially lasting for years. Adding to this growing congestion, we expect tens of thousands more commercial satellites to be launched over the next 5 to 10 years, dramatically increasing the challenge of space traffic management. It's no surprise then that the sustainability of our domain is one of our principal concerns, so that humanity can continue to enjoy the benefits of space for generations to come. So, we are facing some complex challenges, and these challenges require a team approach to solve. At U.S. Space Command, we like to say that space is a team sport. Given the vastness of space and its criticality to our societies, no one country, command, service, department, agency, or company can achieve all that needs to be done in space by itself. That is why we employ a joint, combined, and partnered approach to space operations. We have built a team of international, commercial, interagency, and academic partners to accomplish our shared operational missions and to build a common understanding of space as it relates to national security interests. To that end, we have signed and maintained 195 agreements with international partners, commercial companies, intergovernmental organizations, and academic institutions, enabling real-time sharing of space data to promote mutual understanding. Our relationship with India is a key component of this approach. Since 2019, we have signed a space data sharing agreement with the Government of India, focused on safety of spaceflight and space domain awareness services and information. We have also signed similar agreements with 3 India-based commercial companies, Media Citra Industar, Dhruva Space, and Digantara. Additionally, back in February, India participated as an observer in Exercise Global Sentinel, our premier security cooperation effort, which this year brought together 28 nations to strengthen and grow international partnerships, improve operational collaboration, and promote responsible behaviors in space. We are also excited that in June 2023, India signed the Artemis Accords, a multilateral agreement developed by NASA and the U.S. Department of State. Signed by 43 countries, the Artemis Accords elaborate on the norms expected to be followed in outer space and provide for the operational implementation of important international obligations contained in the Outer Space Treaty and other agreements. These are encouraging steps for cooperation between the United States and India in space, but we hope this is just the start. However, our solution needs to incorporate many allies and partners critical to our collective success. At U.S. Space Command, we are focused every day on strengthening the relationships necessary to build the coalition of military space power required to defend against the collective threats we face in the domain. But we understand the inherent need to build this coalition in a manner that is consistent with international treaties and laws, but to also model responsible behaviors in space. That is why in July 2021, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin signed a document outlining tenets of responsible behavior in space. The document directs that U.S. Department of Defense organizations will conduct space operations consistent with the following tenets. First, the document specifies that we will operate in, from, and to space with due regard for others and in a professional manner. Second, we will limit the generation of long-lived debris. Third, we will avoid the creation of harmful interference. Fourth, we will maintain safe separation and safe trajectory from others' spacecraft. And finally, we will communicate and make notifications to enhance the safety and stability of the domain. We view these tenets as critical elements of maintaining space as a place where all countries can continue to operate freely to derive the benefits of the domain for their citizens. But failure to adhere to the good practices laid out in the tenets of responsible behavior puts everyone at increased risk of collisions as well as miscalculations and misunderstandings. As a global leader in space, we view it as incumbent on the United States to execute and demonstrate responsible behavior in space. In leading by this example, U.S. Space Command also encourages its allies and partners to adhere to these same tenets. But unfortunately, we don't always see the same commitment from our competitors, namely the PRC and Russia. Both have conducted actions on orbit which we do not believe align with the actions of countries practicing safe operations in space. This puts the security of the domain and potentially our respective national security and ways of life at risk. This means the U.S., our allies, and our partners must balance our desire to preserve a stable and sustainable space environment with the need to protect our interests in space. For example, the PRC uses its Shijian series of satellites, the SJ-17, SJ-21, and its most recent version, the SJ-23, for what they term technological demonstrations. The SJ series is concerning because of its dual-use capability. From late December 2021 to late January 2022, the SJ-21 rendezvoused with a defunct PRC Beidou satellite, towed it to a disposal orbit, and then returned to its original orbit. This visible demonstration showcased both a technical competency and a high degree of tactical proficiency. You can use your imagination to see how this capability could be concerning to us, our allies, and our partners. But the PRC is not alone. Russia also continues to demonstrate irresponsible behavior. Specifically, according to reports, Russia is developing a concerning anti-satellite system designed to carry a nuclear weapon. In February 2022, Russia launched a satellite which the Russian Ministry of Defense claimed at the time was for testing onboard instruments and systems under the influence of radiation and heavy charged particles. However, we have observed that certain characteristics of this satellite are not in line with these stated purposes. All nations should be concerned that Russia may intend to put a nuclear weapon on orbit. Such a capability would cause indiscriminate effects and pose a threat to all satellites operated by countries and companies around the world, as well as to the vital communications and national security services we all depend upon. A nuclear detonation in outer space could cause devastating consequences for the world and for the global economy. It would affect all countries' national security and commercial satellites, including all nations' ability to use space as a driver for development. The U.S. is committed to ensuring that nuclear weapons are not placed in orbit, as is required of all parties to the Outer Space Treaty, of which Russia is a signatory. The U.S. will continue to engage with like-minded nations worldwide to ensure that Russia understands our views on a nuclear weapon in space. Threats such as those I just mentioned underscore the importance of solidifying partnerships to identify, isolate, call out, and deter this type of irresponsible behavior. Conflict in space is not inevitable, but we have a responsibility to be ready to protect and defend the domain and ensure continuous and uninterrupted support to the joint and combined force. To deter potential aggression against U.S., allied, and partner interests in a manner that contributes to strategic stability, we must collectively accelerate our transition to a more resilient space posture and strengthen our ability to detect and attribute hostile acts in space. In an effort to keep pace with the growing nature of threats, we have established several investment priorities at U.S. Space Command, and we look forward to sharing those with individual companies. But U.S. investment alone will not be enough. So we gather today in light of these threats. I look forward to opportunities to increase U.S.-India cooperation in the space domain. There are several ways I see this happening. First, I hope we can continue our ongoing cooperative discussions through the India Defense Conclave this November and the Raisina Dialogue next year. We also welcome India becoming a full participant this year in Exercise Global Sentinel 2025, just down the road at Vandenberg Space Force Base. We also encourage other advancements in ongoing civilian and defense space technology cooperation under the U.S.-India Initiative for Critical and Emerging Technology, or ICIT, chaired by the U.S. National Security Advisor and the Indian National Security Advisor. Under this initiative, we have secured a launch for the first ever joint effort between NASA and ISRO astronauts at the International Space Station. We have also developed a strategic framework for human spaceflight cooperation to deepen interoperability in space. ISAT has also driven continued preparation for the launch of the NASA-ISRO synthetic aperture radar satellite in an effort to combat shared global challenges. Additionally, under this initiative, the U.S. has launched a new partnership between the U.S. Space Force and two India-based startups focused on advancing space situational awareness, data fusion technologies, and infrared sensor semiconductor manufacturing. Finally, we hope that these initiatives pave the way for India's participation in NASA's Lunar Gateway program. But there are even more opportunities specific to the defense technology enterprise. We believe that the U.S. commercial space sector is an area in which we enjoy a wide and growing advantage over our strategic competitors. This advantage increases even more when we combine our strength with like-minded partners like India. This is also an area in which we have seen growth of U.S.-India cooperation in the space domain, particularly under the Advanced Domains Defense Dialogue, referred to as AD3, and with respect to commercial innovation in space technology. For example, at the February 2024 INDUS-X Summit, our Defense Innovation Unit and the Indian MOD's Innovations for Defense Excellence, IDEX, announced they would open applications for joint challenges to solve critical problems in the space domain. That challenge will be launched soon, and I hope many of you will apply. This effort will identify commercial technology solutions that address joint warfighting challenges and ultimately ensure the safety, security, stability, and sustainability of the domain. Also encouraging is INDUS-X's expanding network of academic and industry partnership initiatives, including the INDUS-Works testing consortium of companies and universities committed to opening their testing labs to more U.S. and India-based companies. But innovative thinking on future technologies is just one critical facet of our partnership. We also need to apply our collective brain power toward things like supply chain security, workforce development, and mechanisms for increased investment for both government and commercial entities. I think I share the sentiments of our national leadership when I say that I look forward to increased U.S.-India partnership and dialogue within the space domain. Since our initial bilateral space cooperation discussions in 2023, our partnership has grown significantly. And I believe continuing to develop this partnership will be critical to confronting the challenges we collectively face in space while seizing the opportunities we see there as well. So, to all of you here today, I would only offer one recommendation. Keep up the momentum INDUS-X has gained since its inception in 2023. Our competitors are advancing at breathtaking speeds, and we need ongoing collaboration to ensure we can keep pace and are collectively prepared to counter any threats we may need to confront. In closing, I'd like to thank you for joining us today. I'm hopeful that the conversations over the next 2 days will serve to advance the plans for how we can strengthen defense technology partnerships, fund defense innovation and resilient supply chains, and enable the workforce skills required to foster innovation. We believe the security of our domain depends on conversations like these. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to continuing to deepen U.S. and Indian partnerships in space going forward. And now, I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Whiting. It's really inspiring, and it's really incredible how much progress has been made in space cooperation. A decade ago, when I was in the Pentagon, the thought of the joint initiatives you just outlined was really beyond everybody's imagination. Even when we talked about it, it was always too hard, and you guys are starting to make it easy. The General has about 10 minutes for questions. I have a lot of them, so I could take over, but if there are questions out there, I need you to raise your hand, and we have microphones that will come around to you. So just raise your hand, wait for a mic, and a short, quick identify yourself and a quick question would be terrific. And thank you for taking the time for Q&A.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, excellent points that you brought out. I'm Dr. K.R.S. Murthy, who has done defense aerospace work in India as one of the founding members of Indian space program. Similarly, for the first space shuttle and few $100 million research contracts, big research contracts. When multiple agencies from both countries are involved, could be private companies also involved on both sides, how do you make sure the co-working is continuously made sure the ultimate system that's developed and managed don't have any failure mechanisms involved? So what kind of resilience, which is the most important way to find this solution? Similar to FMECA, we are all familiar with the American defense contracts that we do. In this combined team, failure mode and effects analysis of the whole team.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I appreciate the question, and I think we need to look for those opportunities where we can partner together on projects of interest and potentially co-develop capabilities. I think you probably answered your question within the question itself. I think we do have to look at the environment we find ourselves in today, where we have much more congestion on orbit, where we see the potential for the threats that I talked about, and then we need to build in the resilience both at the satellite level, but also at the ground station level, so that we don't have an early into that mission for a reason that we could have anticipated. So thank you for that question.
Saw Manu had a question back there.
Hi, journalist Manu Pabi. I report for the Economic Times newspaper back in Delhi. So my question is, what do countries like India, who share a border with China and there's an ongoing conflict, this growing space capability of China, what does it matter for countries like India, and what threats can we expect in the coming years, and how do we prepare for them?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think any country that has either government satellites, whether they're civil or national security satellites, if they have a commercial industry that has satellites, I think you have to pay attention to what's happening regarding threats in the domain. And that's why we always talk about space domain awareness as the foundational capability that nations need to be able to monitor what's happening in space, to understand the intentions of those other actors in space. So for a country like India, I would certainly highlight the importance of that space domain awareness capability, and then to understand what those threats are so that you can ensure that your satellites can operate in the face of those threats and continue to provide the important services that they do each and every day.
Hi, my name is Saikat. I'm the founder of AI secure supply chain company called Infactor Technologies. With the recent set of incidents that are going on with supply chains and things like that. And your talk of doing a whole bunch of things with ISRO and others, how are you making sure that both the countries come together and build a secure supply chain for each other? I think that's the biggest threat that I see, the way we are manufacturing stuff and building stuff today is a big threat. So how do you see the US and the Indian counterparts come together to address this challenge?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I apologize, I'm less familiar with the internal workings of the Indian government, but I'm guessing you have similar organizations like we do inside the United States government, organizations like the Department of Commerce. Within the Department of Defense, we have organizations that are looking at those supply chains, and do we have trusted sources of the materials we need, but also the fabricated parts that we need, including chips. And we need to do that hard work. And together, I think we can help each others to understand.
Question on this side. Morning, sir. Thank you for the remarks. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Hughes, Office of Defense Cooperation in New Delhi. On the mission of protect and defend, you mentioned that the number of satellites on orbit is drastically increasing. Back in the 1990s, pretty much all the satellites related to national security were government-owned satellites, I would expect. As we move into using these commercial solutions, commercial sources, you use the Joint Commercial Operations Center, how is that impacting the workload of the command to track all these additional satellites and engage with all these different mission partners? Is there, in addition to situational awareness and domain awareness, is there work that needs to be done in that command and control information digestion side of the house? And is that a place for maybe a potential future joint challenge?
Yeah, thank you for that question. There's really three reasons we've seen that 80% increase in trackable objects over the last 5 years. Number one is the launch of some of the mega constellations like Starlink now. I think they've launched over 7,000 total satellites at this point. Number two, we have some better sensors that allow us to track things that were already on orbit. They were just too small for us to track previously. And then third, we've seen some bad behavior like the Russian ASAT test of November 2021, where they shot one of their own satellites. And of course, Russia's a historic and sophisticated space power. They knew what they were doing, and they left 1,500 pieces of debris after that incident. So it has driven up our workload, but that highlights the importance of partnerships with commercial companies. So for companies that contract with the United States government, we have a series of relationships with them where we can use information that they have internal to their company to assist us with that tracking responsibility that we have today. We are in the process of handing off the civil and civilian and commercial nature of that responsibility to the Department of Commerce, and they're fantastic partners. We'll continue to do that for national security purposes. But I think as we work with our Indian partners, there is a chance to look at both of our sets of information related to space situational awareness, and how can we share that information more collaboratively. Today, the United States makes a lot of that available for free to the world, but we have some ways with commercial companies in particular that we're starting to bring that information together, and I think that's an opportunity going forward as well.
So we have time for one more question that's going to be right down here, and as the general concludes, just ask everybody to keep your seats because our next panel is going to start right away. So our final question right down here in the middle.
Vijay Narayanan from Pennsylvania State University. I'm so excited that the opportunities are getting to students to be able to test their CubeSats and other aspects of it. That kind of raises a different aspect of the story of your focus on nation actors. But now, given that there are students and entrepreneurs who can launch a bunch of these tiny aspects of it, and driving in California traffic, I know what aspects could happen if one bumps to another in such a tightly integrated stuff. What do we need to do and think about non-state actors as we balance it with the notion of providing access to these technologies and educate our future?
That's a great question, and probably some of the students on this campus need to do a year-long study to help answer that. So in just a minute or two, I'll just provide a few thoughts. We have seen the democratization of space as campuses have invented this idea of CubeSats in small forms. Now students can build that. That's incredible. But there still is a responsibility for nation states under the Outer Space Treaty that they are responsible for space satellites and space objects that are launched from their territory. So we need nation states to perform those regulatory functions. Now, in the United States, we in the Department of Defense are not a regulatory body, so we work with our regulatory bodies, the Department of Commerce and the Federal Aviation Administration, and they make sure that if we're going to have those kind of launches from students and stuff, which is all great, that it's responsible in accordance with the tenets that I've talked about. And we would encourage all countries to do that so that we get the best opportunity from space to educate young people, to leverage space for commercial purposes, but we don't see bad actors getting in space. And I think the Outer Space Treaty provides a framework to hopefully avoid that.
Well, General Whiting, we are absolutely grateful that you took the time to speak to us today. I know you're doing a touch and go. You have to be back. You guys have a major staff exercise happening right now. And it's a pleasure to see you again after we served time in the Pentagon together a decade ago. And everybody, please give General Whiting a round of applause.
Thanks,
And please keep your seats as our next panel starts immediately. Thank you.
You sit on that side? I know, very smart, yeah. Oh, we'll shift down one? Okay, good, I'll be part.
Good morning, everyone. Do we have a microphone? Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our next panel. This one on funding defense innovation and strengthening supply chains in the India-US partnership. This panel will take a little bit of a different direction than the conversations in the past, where we've talked about the partnerships in general. We'll focus primarily on the funding mechanisms that can make this possible and the financial tools to do that. We have an amazing set of panelists here, and they bring a wealth of experience to this conversation. We have Dr. Ajay Kumar, the former Indian Defense Secretary, who has been instrumental in shaping many of these programs, including INDUS-X. We have Vish Sahasranamam, the co-founder and CEO of Forge Innovation and Ventures, which is playing a critical role in helping Indian startups get into this ecosystem and providing the financial tools to help them. We have Major General Steve Bucky Bhutto, the military deputy at the Defense Innovation Unit, who's been involved in these programs. Bouncing around, we have Colleen Laughlin, who is the Senior Vice President and Partner at the Washington office, which is a new role, and formerly the Executive Director for the Defense Innovation Board within the US Department of Defense. We have Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, Managing Director of the Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer, FITT, at IIT Delhi, who's driving academia-industry partnerships. And finally, J.R. Gibbons from the Office of Strategic Capital, a brand new office, 2 years old at the Department of Defense, working to attract private capital to critical defense priorities and focusing primarily on supply chains. So with that, let's get right into the questions. First off, in terms of public-private partnerships, let's begin with their role in this and how they facilitate new financial tools. Let's go to Dr. Kumar, who's been so instrumental in setting up this entire infrastructure over the prior years. Tell us about how you thought about new financial tools through this and their role.
Thank you, Eric. So let me just share with you the perspective from the Indian policy framework. So, it's actually surprising that India opened up defense sector to the private industry way back in 2003. But if you look at it, by 2017-18, there was hardly any private sector participation. And I think that is the big gap that we were seeing initially. But later on, we have had several policy frameworks. IDEX has been one of the bigger ones where startups came into the picture. We have the Make 2 initiative. We have suo motu proposals. We have the DRDO's Development Cum Production Partner Policy Framework. Each of this has helped in bringing the private sector much more. But if I were to say the two most important things which actually enable the private sector, and again from the Indian context, and sometimes these are not mentioned in any document. One is that in previously every time when we were actually saying we want the private industry and funding the private industry, the IP used to be with the government or the funding agency. So I think in IDEX for the first time we said that the IP would be with the developer, and that has been a game changer where the IP remains with the industry. And the second major thing, defense being such a monopolistic market, the fact that once the development has taken place, how quickly can you actually procure what has been produced? And I think in IDEX, we tried to make sure that once a product was developed by the startup, we made sure that it was procured. The only one thing which I think could go a long way, and I compliment the US government Department of